is ongoing, but it is helpful, and I would say Traffic Scotland welcome reports. I would point out that the Traffic Scotland's website will be unavailable between the 13th and 16th due to essential building works at the National Control Centre. So I'm just putting that as a public information notice that's being advertised. But I do think that specific examples, particularly during weekdays, allows them to pinpoint what the exact issue is.
Question number 4, Tim Eagle.
To ask the Scottish Government what support it can offer to help local authorities protect council-run and arm's-length external organisation-run community facilities.
Cabinet Secretary Shona Robertson.
The Scottish Government recognises the critical role of community facilities across Scotland and provided a record local government settlement in 2025-26. That record funding helps local authorities support their local priorities, which would include both council and external-led community facilities, and will continue to work in partnership with local government to ensure that the people of Scotland continue to receive the high-quality public services that they expect and deserve.
Tim Eagle.
Well, the SNP will tell me that council funding has gone up, but that only brings a wry smile to the face of councillors in Scotland, because the actual truth is that cliff-edge finances are leaving some vital community facilities in rack and ruin. Facilities like that close to the First Minister at the Jewess Centre, where I believe the ice rink is still under threat. But also, more importantly, in Murray, where Murray Leisure Centre have temporarily closed the ice rink to the shock of local users. Curling, ice hockey and ice skating are all sports we should be encouraging and not closing. Will the Minister ensure they do all they can to find new ways, a new pot of support to keep Murray Leisure Centre and all of these vital facilities open?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, let's put a couple of facts on the record. First of all, local government funding has increased. According to the Accounts Commission, for the last 2 years, the Accounts Commission confirmed a real terms increase to local government funding. So that is a fact. Murray Council have received an additional 6.6%. compared to 24-25. I would point out to Tim Eagle, of course, it's the Tories who run Murray Council, so perhaps he should have a word with his own Conservative leadership in Murray Council. In terms of the issues of ice rinks specifically, I appreciate that there will be significant concern felt in the curling community in Elgin in particular. And we're aware of the challenging financial circumstances that face energy-dense sports and leisure facilities. And of course, it is Murray Leisure Trust who have stated that the closure of Elgin Ice Rink is a result of increasing energy costs. So the UK Government have the ability to provide appropriate energy bill relief to facilities that require it. We will consider how we can continue to raise these concerns with the UK Government. Sports Scotland continue to engage with Murray Leisure, Scottish Curling and key partners to understand the current situation at a local level.
Cabinet Secretary.
So those discussions will continue.
Thank you. Question number 5, Gordon MacDonald.
Presiding Officer, to ask the Scottish Government what recent discussions the Economy Secretary and Business Minister have had with the UK Government regarding tariff exemptions and other support for the Scotch whisky industry.
Minister Richard Lockhead.
My ministerial colleagues and myself regularly meet with the sector to discuss the challenges and opportunities that they face. And indeed, in July, I wrote to UK Government ministers responsible for the sector, calling for action on several trade issues facing the Scotch whisky sector, as well as other iconic Scottish products. And of course, as the Chamber will be aware, the First Minister has been leading from the front and on our intensive engagement with the sector, whilst also raising this important issue with the Prime Minister and directly with the US President this week, because removing the 10% tariff between the US and Scotland would of course deliver economic benefits in both countries.
Gordon MacDonald.
I thank the Minister for that answer. The Scotch Whisky Association recently released new data showing over 1,000 jobs have been lost in the Scotch whisky industry since the last UK budget. In addition to the excise duty increase, the UK Labour Government introduced a national insurance increase, while energy prices remain too high, impacting energy-intensive industries for which they can access no support. Ahead of the next UK budget, what representations will the Scottish Government make to the UK Government to ensure our economy and businesses are better supported to weather difficult economic headwinds?
Minister.
The member raises good points. Indeed, I, along with many other members, was at an event with the Scottish Whisky Association last night in Edinburgh, and I have to say the First Minister standing up for the sector and taking their case directly to Washington went down like a fine dram with the Scottish whisky industry. And of course we now need the same from the UK Government to deliver both in the tariff deal, which is now their opportunity to do that, but also to address issues like the alcohol duty, because reducing the draft duty in the last budget widened the disadvantage facing the spirit sector in our country and is an inherent unfairness in alcohol duty. And there's other issues like national insurance contributions that have been risen, which are also affecting hospitality, which in turn affects the Scottish whisky industry as well. So hopefully the member's right that the UK Government now has to stand up to the whisky industry and address those issues in the forthcoming budget as well.
Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I should remind members of my register of interest in relation to hospitality received from the Scotch Whisky Association. And can I join my co-convener of the cross-party group on Scotch whisky in welcoming any moves to reduce damaging tariffs and costs on the industry. But I'm surprised the Minister cannot see the contradiction in the SNP position. If we were members of the EU, as the SNP demand, we'd currently be facing 15% tariffs on Scotch whisky exports, not 10% that we have as part of the United Kingdom. And it's only Brexit freedoms that give us the opportunity to negotiate away those tariffs that we wouldn't have if we were in the EU. So when are the SNP going to rethink their damaging policy on rejoining the EU that would do such destruction to the Scotch whisky sector?
Minister.
If the member was paying attention, you'd know the Scottish Government doesn't want any tariffs in the Scotch whisky industry, either 15%, 10%. And just as his government for many years failed the Scotch whisky industry in relation to the 75% duty on every bottle of Scotch whisky, thanks to his party, the current UK Government so far has got a lot to do to stand up for the Scotch whisky industry as well, and they can address that in the forthcoming budget, as well as following in the footsteps of the First Minister and raising the tariff issue and concluding the deal now that the First Minister set the scene for that deal, hopefully.
Question number 6, Evelyn Tweed.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what measures it is taking to develop year-round support for and promotion of high street businesses in light of the recent Scotland Loves Local Week.
Minister.
Scotland Loves Local Week was a fantastic opportunity to spotlight the year-round campaign, which encourages people to shop in their local businesses, and mechanisms such as the Scotland Loves Local gift card scheme and award encourages people to think and spend more local first, and also recognises that local businesses are so crucial in retaining wealth in our local economy and encouraging vibrancy in our town centres.
Evelyn Tweed.
I thank the Minister for that answer. Go Forth Stirling bid have reported 26 new business openings in Stirling over the last year, including international brands and small independents. To ask the Minister if they will join me in celebrating in these new openings, and ask what steps the Government are taking to reduce long-term empty units on our high streets.
Minister.
I do join the member in celebrating the new businesses in her constituency, and it was fantastic to see the statistics last week of the new businesses created in Scotland being much higher in the first half of this year compared to the first half of last year, and also striking to note that the biggest sector represented in that increase was hospitality businesses as well, and that's very good news for that sector and for the Scottish economy. And the Scottish Government will continue to work with local authorities on our competitive rates regime, which of course addresses the issue of empty and vacant units in our high streets as well, and gives flexibility to local authorities to address that.
Brief question 8, Willie Rennie.
Government whether it will provide an update on its discussions with the University of Dundee and the Scottish Funding Council regarding the university's financial situation.
Secretary Jenny Gilruth.
Since my statement to Parliament in June, I visited the university and held several meetings with university leadership and the Scottish Funding Council, as well as engaging with trade unions and local MSPs, including Mr Rennie. My officials are holding weekly trilateral meetings with the SFC and the university. A university recovery plan was submitted to the SFC in August, and the SFC wrote to the university a week later with an alternative approach. All parties are now working urgently towards an agreed way forward that ensures a long-term managed recovery.
Willie Rennie.
Ministers continue to say that the situation is urgent, but we're almost a year on from when we first discovered the depths of the problem at the University of Dundee. We need a sustainable recovery plan for Dundee. When is it going to happen?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Rennie for his interest. Obviously, he will be aware of my engagement with himself, as I've alluded to, and with the University leadership and the Scottish Funding Council throughout the summer recess, and we will be meeting again next week. We are working at pace with the SFC and the University, and of course it is for the University to come back with an alternative approach. We expect to receive that alternative approach next Monday, and I committed to meet with Mr Rennie and with colleagues from across the affected region next week, along with the Scottish Funding Council. It is imperative that we find an approach for Dundee University that has the buy-in of the wider university community. That includes staff and students. They have to be fundamental to this, and of course the backing of the court, leading with a clear mandate. So I look forward to our engagements next week to that end, Presiding Officer.
That concludes general questions. The next item of business is First Minister's questions. Question number 1, I call Russell Finlay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Next week, MSPs will vote on the Government's Victims Bill. And during my time here, I've tried to help crime victims whose suffering is far too often compounded by a justice system that is slow, secretive and unjust. My party has campaigned to give victims a meaningful voice and greater rights to basic information. We've campaigned to end the not proven verdict, which is in the bill, and it's welcome that John Swinney listened to our concerns about the plan to remove juries from some trials, which has now been dropped. The Government has shifted its position on the Victims Bill, and we truly welcome that, but they haven't gone far enough. Does John Swinney really think this bill will make a material difference to victims?
First Minister.
Yes, I do, Presiding Officer, and that has been because of a very careful engagement that has been taken forward by the Justice Secretary in taking this bill through Parliament. Mr Finlay and I spent some time when I was on the back benches, and as he was, scrutinising this bill when it came to Parliament. Much of the evidence we heard during that process persuaded me that when I became First Minister, there had to be changes made to the bill, and that was because the Government listened to the evidence that was put in front of us. We will continue to do that, and many of the proposals and reforms that have been suggested in the bill are designed to achieve the objective that Mr Finlay has put to me, which is to make sure that the interests of victims are better protected by our justice system. And I am confident that the bill, after the scrutiny that Parliament gives it next week, will be in a position to do so.
Russell Finlay.
Thank you. Liz Shanks campaigns for victims' rights since her truly horrific domestic violence ordeal featured in a BBC documentary. We agree with her that all crime victims should be told, must be told, when secretive plea deals are struck in criminal cases. And to be fair, the Government has given some ground on plea deals, but their changes fall far short of what is needed. Now, Liz and the other women met with the Justice Secretary, who appeared to say all of the right things. But this is what Liz told me today. They're pretending to listen, but crime victims will continue to be badly let down by this bill, which could have done so much more. So for the sake of Liz and all other victims, will John Swinney back my plea deal amendments?
First Minister.
The first thing I want to say is I want to pay tribute to the courage of women such as Liz Shanks, because it's invariably women who have had to come forward with the courage to talk about their experience to ensure that victims are more central to the criminal justice system. And I know that the Justice Secretary has engaged substantively on all of these issues. We have amendments in front of us in Parliament on Tuesday, and the Government will consider all of the amendments that are submitted to come to the right conclusion. But I do provide the assurance to Parliament and to Liz Shanks that we have listened to the opinions that have been expressed to us. We have brought forward changes to the bill, and the Government is absolutely committed to ensuring that the voice of victims is central to the way in which the criminal justice system proceeds.
Russell Finlay.
Of course, the engagement is welcome, but it has to be meaningful. And plea deals aren't the only part of the bill that don't do what it should. My colleague Liam Kerr has submitted an amendment that would instigate a Scottish grooming gangs inquiry. While we believe there should be a full public inquiry, our amendment would at least guarantee an investigation. These predatory criminals raped, vulnerable girls. And the government should want to properly examine this scandal, but have so far been resistant. So will John Swinney fix the bill so that it gives grooming gang victims the voice, the inquiry and the justice that they truly deserve?
First Minister.
Of course, has taken a number of very significant steps in this area of policy, not least of which is the establishment of the continuing Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry that is led by Lady Smith, which has been sitting since 2016. And that is, I think, providing the type of welcome and significant scrutiny that is required on this issue. There is, of course, separate work underway by Police Scotland and the Crown, exploring individual cases, some of which are the cases that Mr Finlay has raised with me just now, to establish whether there is further detailed scrutiny required on the question of grooming gangs. And I have to say, at this stage, from my reading of the information that I have seen, I am not persuaded of the necessity of that further inquiry, but the work is underway in Police Scotland and the Crown to advise ministers on that point, and we will, of course, consider that and discuss that with Parliament in due course. But I think it is important that I make clear that the criminal justice system has taken very hard, significant action to bring people to account for utterly unacceptable behaviour, and that will remain the case.
So Finlay.
The truth is the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry won't look at the grooming gangs, nor does it even look at the industrial-scale abuse in Scottish football. This bill could give victims real transparency over plea deals. It could give victims much greater involvement in the parole process. It could put a spotlight on the grooming gangs scandal. It could do so much more, but it doesn't. It won't meaningfully change the justice system. It's a letdown for victims. If he wants to support victims and of my party, then John Swinney must do more. We could back a bill that makes a real difference, but as it stands, this is a victims' law in name only. So will John Swinney listen to victims, show some ambition and make more changes before next week's vote?
First Minister.
I don't for one moment in any way want to give a signal to Parliament that I am wanting to do anything in this bill that does not address the legitimate concerns of victims about our criminal justice system. That's why the Government has brought forward the bill. I had the privilege of sitting and hearing evidence in the Criminal Justice Committee when I was on the backbenches. As a result of listening to victims, I came into office as First Minister and, working with the Justice Secretary, have revised this bill to make sure that the interests of victims are ever more central to the bill. So I do not accept the characterisation of the bill that Mr Finlay has put to me. Now, there are legitimate issues which will be brought forward that people will want to press the Government about. That is entirely appropriate parliamentary scrutiny, and I welcome that. But what I have to say to Parliament is that this Government has brought forward legislation to do exactly what is required in the criminal justice system just now, and that is to put the voice of victims more centrally into the criminal justice system, and I am confident that the bill that Parliament considers next week will do exactly that.
Question number 2, Anna Sarwar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The SNP has a soft-touch approach to crime in our country. Since the last election, shoplifting is up 124%. Shop staff are going to work fearing for their safety, and communities are being undermined by criminals who feel like they can get away with it. So will John Swinney and his SNP government apologise for effectively legalising shoplifting in Scotland?
First Minister.
Well, I think Mr Sarwar is at the bottom of the barrel today, if I may say so to Parliament. The accusation that there is a soft-touch justice system in Scotland might have some validity if we were not incarcerating more people than any other Western European country, and if our prisons were not facing the increase in population that they are facing. So the charge that Mr Sarwar has put to me is a baseless charge which is unworthy of the Labour leader in the Scottish Parliament, and he should withdraw it today. Now, in the budget, which Mr Sarwar never voted for, we put money in to tackle retail crime, to support and work with the retail sector, and Mr Sarwar couldn't even bring himself to vote for the provision. So what we have today is another example. What we have today is another example of Mr Sarwar coming in here, ramping up the rhetoric and failing to deliver on the reality for the people of our country.
Anna Sarwar.
Presiding Officer, John Swinney is living on another planet. He wants to focus on inputs when the reality is shoplifting is up 124%, and clear-up rates show that fewer than half of all shoplifting crimes are even solved. And I spoke to shop workers in Glasgow yesterday. They told me that after years of SNP police cuts, officers now only investigate an incident of shoplifting if shop workers can give them the suspect's name. If the shoplifter isn't already known, then there is almost no chance that they will be even investigated, let alone the criminal caught. The situation is so bad that businesses in Edinburgh have had to form a shop watch scheme to try and investigate crimes against their own businesses. Victims of crime being forced to investigate offences perpetrated against them. Is that really the best we can do, all while so many crimes go unreported? Retailers Against Crime Director Maxine Fraser has described the situation as being, in her words, out of control. So will John Swinney admit, like so many other issues, he's given up on keeping Scotland's communities safe?
First Minister.
So again, on the budget that Mr Sarwar never voted for, this government put in record investment of £1.64 billion for policing, enabling us to deliver police services the length and breadth of the country. Secondly, in this respect, the government has put in resources to work with the retail sector to tackle the issue of retail crime. And in addition to all of that, the government is working to ensure that we have an effective police presence in every community in Scotland to ensure that these issues are addressed. So, Mr Sarwar is not in any position, if he's not prepared to vote for the government's budget, to then come here and complain about any other issues whatsoever. And what this government is determined to do is to work with different organisations in Scotland to protect the public in a country where crime is at one of its lowest levels in 40 years. In 40 years. I'll say that again with all the heckling. The crime in Scotland is at one of its lowest levels in 40 years. Yeah. That's because of this investment by this government, which the Labour Party failed to support.
Anna Sarwar.
John Swinney is not living in the real world. The SNP's record on justice is nothing short of criminal. And it's no wonder communities across Scotland feel abandoned. Police want action just as much as victims, but the truth is they are just another victim of SNP incompetence. Under the SNP, 800 fewer police officers on the streets. Police station after police station closed. The bill for Glasgow's new prison soaring 10 times over to £1 billion, and violent crime on the rise. No wonder he's running a million miles away from his own record. John Swinney's SNP government has failed workers, failed businesses, failed the police. So why is John Swinney allowing a tiny minority to make life difficult for Scotland's hard-working majority?
First Minister.
Last week, Mr Sarwar challenges me about the record of my government. I'm very proud of the record of my government, and I'll defend the record of my government. And last week I said to Parliament on Thursday, in response to Mr Greer, that if anyone wanted to have an idea about what a Labour government would look like, they only needed to look at the chaos in London. Well, that was on Thursday, before we got to Friday, with the resignation of the Deputy Prime Minister and chaos added to chaos. Then we had the beautiful and unjust moment of the sacking of Ian Murray as the Secretary of State for Scotland. How on earth can the Labour Party come here and challenge me on the record when they're presiding over the shambles that the Labour government is presiding over in Westminster? The Labour Party's got nothing to offer Scotland. This government's delivering for the people, and we're going to carry on doing exactly that.
Question number 3, Ross Greer.
Thank you. The President of Israel, whose own statements have been cited by the International Court of Justice as plausible evidence of Israel's genocidal intent, was welcomed to the UK with open arms by Keir Starmer this week. The same President who signed his name on bombs that were dropped on homes, hospitals and schools. The same President who said there are no innocent civilians in Gaza. Keir Starmer is treating peaceful protesters like terrorists while rolling out the red carpet for the head of a genocidal apartheid regime. But it's not just Israel's visiting heads of state. British citizens and residents have travelled to serve in Israel's occupation forces, making them complicit in war crimes. This Parliament passed the International Criminal Court Act in 2001, making genocide and war crimes offences in Scots law regardless of where they are committed. So can I ask the First Minister to confirm that this law will be applied in full and that anyone in Scotland who served in Israel's occupation forces will be investigated and, if necessary, prosecuted for the part they have played in the crime of genocide and occupation?
First Minister.
First of all, Presiding Officer, I understand the depth of concern that Mr Greer puts to me today about the visit of the President of Israel to the Prime Minister. I understand the Prime Minister's argument that there is a need for there to be dialogue with the Israeli government to try to bring about a resolution of the unjustifiable assault on Gaza. I understand that point. What I'd want to be more confident of is that the President of Israel heard from the Prime Minister a series of actions that the United Kingdom government will take to bring Israel to account for the disproportionate attack that has been made on Gaza. I'd feel happier if that was the case. Now, on the specific point that Mr Greer puts to me about any individuals who are involved from this country in the work of IDF, if there was to lead to any particular consideration of that behaviour. These would be judgments made independently by the prosecutorial authorities, and it would be wrong for me as First Minister to indicate what should or should not happen in those circumstances. But I understand the seriousness of the point that Mr Greer puts to me on this important question.
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful to the First Minister for that response. More than a third of the 60,000 Palestinians who have been confirmed to have been killed by Israel since 2023 were children. Shot, bombed and starved to death with no way out. No company profiting from this apartheid and genocide should be allowed to profit here in Scotland. Last week, Palestinians celebrated when this Parliament took the historic decision to pass a Green proposal that Scotland boycott, sanction and divest from Israel. I want to thank the First Minister for his government's support. But now we must act to deliver on it. The very least the Scottish Government can do is take the same actions against Israel that it already has against Russia. In 2022, Scottish ministers rightly made an immediate call for every business here to sever links and cease trading with Russia. Palestinian lives are worth no less than Ukrainians or Scots, and this Parliament has voted for an economic boycott. So will the First Minister now call on Scottish businesses to join the global movement against apartheid Israel?
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, the Government set out, in my statement to Parliament last Wednesday, set out a whole range of different interventions that the Government is going to take forward to address these issues. And I recognise the importance of following through on those commitments that have been given to Parliament, and I give Mr Greer the assurance that is exactly what the Government is doing and the action that we are taking. There is an appalling situation in Gaza. It has been escalated by the unwarranted and unjustifiable attack in Qatar, a state that is working to try to bring some degree of peace to the situation in the Middle East. And the attack on Qatar was an attack to undermine the very peace process that all of us want to see happening. So that brings me back to the starting point of Mr Greer's question, which is that there is a necessity for the United Kingdom Government to use its diplomatic influence with the Government of Israel to work with other partners to make it abundantly clear that the conduct of the Israeli government is completely and utterly unacceptable, and there needs to be an immediate ceasefire and the flow of humanitarian aid, and we need to start the process of recovering for the lives of people in Palestine whose lives have been absolutely devastated by this unwarranted attack.
Question number 4, Ruth Maguire.
To ask the First Minister, in light of reports of the rising rate of poverty for families with a baby under 1 and evidence from Save the Children that increasing Best Start grant and Best Start food payments could significantly reduce the child poverty rate for this priority group, whether the Scottish Government will consider increasing these payments.
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, ending child poverty is the top priority of my government, and we look constantly for the measures that we can take to advance on that agenda. The delivery of our 5 family payments is making a real difference to families, worth around £25,000 by the time a child turns 16, compared to less than £2,000 in England and Wales. This is another example of why the Joseph Rowntree Foundation projects that Scotland will be the only part of the United Kingdom with falling child poverty levels next year. We are also taking forward other measures, such as the lifting of the 2-child limit, which, of course, if that action was taken by the United Kingdom Government, which it should be, that would free up to £150 million in Scotland, which could be spent on additional child poverty measures here in our own country.
Ruth Maguire.
Thank the First Minister for that answer. I know how committed the First Minister is to eliminating child poverty, and the work the Scottish Government has done to date has made a difference. There are lots of things that give babies and their parents a good start: love, information and support, play opportunities. But there's really strong evidence that where parents experience the psychological, emotional and material impact of poverty in their baby's first year, that it can have a deep and lasting impact on a baby's development. Does the First Minister recognise how much income matters to a baby's development, that spending on our youngest citizens is a crucial investment, and preventing the harms of poverty taking root in the first year of a child's life is transformational, not just for the individual baby and families, but on our society as a whole?
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, I unreservedly accept the point that Ruth Maguire puts to me, and I have to say, if I may say so, it's a joy to have her here putting pressure on me after her return to Parliament. So I simply encourage Ruth Maguire to continue championing these issues and putting pressure on the Government to do more, and I very much welcome her contribution to that. I accept the points that are made about the importance of that first year in a child's life. The Government is actively exploring what more we can do. In my earlier answer, I said we're constantly looking to identify additional interventions we can make. Obviously, I have to be mindful of the resources that are available, but the plea that is made by Ruth Maguire is heard loud and clear here in the Government bench, and I will do everything I can to make sure that the ambitions of the Government to eradicate child poverty and to make that difference in the first year of a child's life is something that will be central to our thinking in the period to come.
Question number 5, Brian Whittle.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the First Minister what urgent steps the Scottish Government is taking in response to reports that nursing and midwifery vacancies have risen by 60% in just 6 months.
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, NHS Scotland vacancies follow a seasonal pattern. Mr Whittle compares June to December data, but vacancies can typically go up in the spring as people retire and decrease again over the summer and the autumn as new graduates join the workforce. Nursing and midwifery vacancies are 4% higher than at the same time last year, but this must be seen in the context of new investment by this Government in our National Health Service, which means the workforce has grown over the last year. Overall, nursing and midwifery staffing is up under the SNP Government by 18.6% since 2006, and we saw a 100% increase in funded places for training between 2012 and 2022. Scotland has the best package of support in the UK for nursing and midwifery students.
Brian Whittle.
I thank the First Minister for that answer, but, Presiding Officer, these figures are just the latest in a long line of warnings about the perilous position of Scotland's healthcare workforce. But despite promise after promise from the SNP, the warnings keep coming and the progress never arrives. No NHS workforce plan, no end to delayed discharge, and nearly 1 million Scots on NHS waiting lists. Meanwhile, NHS staff are crying out for investment in facilities and technology to improve working conditions and patient care. Presiding Officer, last week the Health Secretary declared that a target to end waits of longer than a year was now just an aspiration. Well, aspiration will not solve this escalating staffing crisis. So can I ask, when will the First Minister take the real action to deal with staffing crisis in our NHS?
First Minister.
Well, President Officer, on the substance of Mr Whittle's question, there are more nurses and midwives working in our NHS than when this government took office. Over 67,000 more nurses and midwives working in the NHS. So Mr Whittle says, when's the action going to come? The action has come and it has been delivered. He asks about the performance and other aspects of the health service. I have to tell Mr Whittle that the number of operations performed in July was the highest in 5 years, an 8.9% increase. Even more people are being treated at our national treatment centres this year than ever before. Our rapid cancer diagnostic services mean that people are getting faster diagnosis after referral. The number of hip and knee operations.
Let's hear the First Minister.
The number of hip and knee operations reached an all-time high in 2024. So Mr Whittle asks me, when will I take the action? I'm taking the action. The Health Secretary and I are working day in and day out to make sure the health service is delivering for the people of Scotland, and that progress has taken place the length and breadth of the country.
Emma Harper.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Our tireless and dedicated workforce is the greatest asset of our National Health Service. So while the Tories and Labour consistently talk down our NHS, can the First Minister just reiterate how the Scottish Government instead continues to support and grow our NHS workforce?
First Minister.
Well, President, so let me just say, as I've just said to Brian Whittle, but because there was so much shouting, I'll say it again so that people hear it this time. There's more staff working in our NHS now than when this government took office. Through record levels of investment, we have delivered 13 consecutive years of workforce growth. GP numbers are going up, and our Agenda for Change staff, including our nurses and midwives, remain the best paid in the United Kingdom. So this government is prepared to invest in the workforce of our National Health Service because they're doing an excellent job. I pay tribute to them, and despite the points made by the Labour and Conservative parties, this government will take the action to put the budget in place to pay for these staff, to deliver the health service performance and to deliver for the people of Scotland.
Carol Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Scottish Labour warned the Scottish Government about the consequences of poor NHS workforce planning. And can I be absolutely clear about Scottish Labour's position on the staff? They are hard-working and dedicated, and we owe so much to them. But our staff are under intense pressure because of this SNP government. Agency spending is unsustainable, and now we see vacancy rates are risen to alarming levels. First Minister, rural areas such as Dumfries and Galloway in my own South Scotland region bear the consequences of this. Recruitment and retention of staff is a key challenge in these rural areas, and it has been under this SNP government. Apprenticeships offer a good way of expanding the workforce and providing flexibility to those living in these areas. Can I ask the First Minister whether this government has made any progress at all in developing apprenticeship models for healthcare workers as recommended in the Nursing and Midwifery Task Force report?
First Minister.
Well, that action is coming through the work of the Midwifery Task Force that is underway, so I can reassure Carol Mochan on that point. Now, Carol Mochan offered to make clear the Scottish Labour position. Well, let me make clear what the Scottish Labour position is on all of these issues. The Scottish Labour position is that none of them, not one single one of them, was prepared to put their support towards the government's budget, which actually pays for NHS staff the length and breadth of the country. That is a pathetic contribution from the Scottish Labour Party. And I'll tell Parliament what the other Scottish Labour position is. The Scottish Labour Party is umbilically linked to the Labour Party in London and the UK Labour Government. And what is the Prime Minister doing? The Prime Minister is making it more difficult for healthcare workers to come from other countries to work in this country, and that is 26% of our social care staff come from other countries, and the Prime Minister is shutting the door on all of that. So the Scottish Labour Party has got nothing to offer this Parliament on the health service. Scottish Labour are delivering a lack of support to the National Health Service. This government is delivering for the NHS in Scotland.
Question number 6, Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the First Minister what additional support the Government is giving to the public dental service in light of reports that there has been a 10% rise in spending over the last 2 years due to increased demand.
First Minister.
It's inaccurate to conflate an increase in public dental service spending with an increase in dental access issues. The main role of the public dental service is to treat patients who have more complex needs, which cannot be managed by an independent dentist. We remain the only country in the United Kingdom to offer free regular dental examinations for everyone, and 95% of people in Scotland are registered with a dentist, and over 7 million courses of NHS dental treatment have been delivered to patients since November 2023.
Paul Sweeney.
The First Minister says that it shouldn't be conflated, but that's what public dental service dentists are telling us, that actually, whilst the First Minister observes correctly that it's meant to be a safety net and emergencies are for those with vulnerabilities, it is increasingly filling in the gaps where routine NHS dental provision has collapsed. In areas such as Fife, Moray and in the Borders, dentists no longer treat NHS patients, even if they're on their lists. So the only option is to seek care from the public dental service safety net or use their savings to pay for private care. It isn't good enough, First Minister. So what is the First Minister doing to tackle the scourge of dental deserts in Scotland, end this growing over-reliance on the already overstretched public dental service?
First Minister.
Well, what the Government is doing is the Government is putting in place additional financial support to areas where access is particularly challenging, especially in rural and island areas. Now, that funding has recently supported the opening of 5 new surgeries as a consequence of the investment, creating thousands more new NHS registrations. But I'll tell Mr Sweeney what's not helping, and it's back to the point I've just made to Carol Mochan, because this can't be escaped. This is the practical reality of the approach being taken by the UK Government to the issue of migration, because it is damaging. If we look at the position that we have got to work with other countries to bring dental practitioners into this country to supplement the other training work that we are undertaking. In July, the Labour Government in Westminster removed dental hygienists, dental technicians and dental nurses from the Skilled Worker Sponsorship Scheme. Now, that is the Labour Government in Westminster, making it more difficult for us to deliver public services in Scotland. So I encourage Mr Sweeney to join and work with the Government in trying to ensure we have a rational debate about migration, a rational approach to migration, rather than the chase to compete with reform, which has consumed the Starmer Government in London.
Question number 7, Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the First Minister whether the Scottish Government will review its policy on public sector settlement agreements in light of reports that £4 million of public money was spent on public sector payoffs in 2023 to 2024.
First Minister.
A review of the severance policy for Scotland concluded in 2023 and was reflected in robust controls being in place to scrutinise expenditure in line with the Scottish Public Finance Manual. Settlement agreements address specific employment issues in individual organisations, and the number and the nature of these can vary between years. It should be noted that settlement agreements are used rarely and only in very limited circumstances.
Jamie Green.
Can I thank the First Minister for that answer? I do beg to differ, though. That was £4 million last year. The year before, it was £1.5 million. In fact, over the last 5 years, there have been 300 such settlements, costing £10 million of public money, and a third of those came with confidentiality clauses attached to them. £10 million, First Minister, would go some way, for example, to fund Liz Smith's outdoor education bill, wouldn't it? But my primary concern about all of this is what seems to be a growing trend of reward for failure amongst senior public sector executives, be it Ferguson Marine, the Water Industry Commission, the NHS, the SQA. Well-paid civil servants are walking away from failure with a large cheque in return for a gagging order, whilst those at the bottom of the pay ladder are struggling. So can I ask the Scottish Government if they think these huge payoffs are appropriate, and when, First Minister, will we see an end to the secrecy around these deals as well?
Always through the Chair, please. First Minister.
President, first of all, on the question Mr Green raised in his point, the question of low pay. And of course, in the pay deals that the Government has presided over, we have a much more significant emphasis on increasing pay at the lower levels of pay than at the higher levels of pay. And that is now, Mr Green shakes his head, but I invite him to go and look at the pay deals that the Government has presided over, and that's exactly what has happened in countless pay deals. My second point is that I actually have a lot of sympathy with the point that Mr Green makes, because he said to me that these arrangements should not be in relation to failure, and they shouldn't be. There should be proper accountability in the way in which these are exercised, which is why the Scottish Public Finance Manual is constructed in the way it is, to make sure that point is central to that decision-making. Now, there is variation from year to year in these figures, but I think it is important that it is recognised that we have rules in place around about how these agreements can be put in place. Those rules must be rigorously applied in all circumstances, and there must be a culture of delivering on the expectations of ministers and the public in all of the actions of government.
Thank you. We move to constituency and general supplementaries, and I call Michael Matheson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister will be aware of the ongoing concern for the important manufacturing jobs in my constituency at Alexander Dennis's, the bus manufacturer. Today, the company have announced a final extension to their consultation period, which will now conclude on Monday of next week, and also that the trade union ballot has overwhelmingly supported the introduction of a furlough scheme, which is to be welcomed. However, he will recognise that critical to securing these manufacturing jobs for the future is securing new orders. Can I therefore ask the First Minister, can he set out what action the Scottish Government have taken to support Alexander Dennis in securing new orders, and if those new orders and the negotiations have been progressed sufficiently in advance of Monday, when the consultation closes, where the outcome of those negotiations will be announced?
First Minister.
Can I first of all thank Mr Matheson for his assiduous representation on behalf of his constituents, and share with him that the Government has been working intensively with partners, including the trade unions, Scottish Enterprise, Transport Scotland and Alexander Dennis, and we've had full and active cooperation involving a number of ministers over the course of the last few weeks and months, and it has been an entirely constructive period of engagement. I very much welcome the positive developments that have taken place. Mr Matheson referred to the extension of the current consultation period to Monday, which is very welcome. I also welcome the decision of the trade unions to take forward the modernisation operations that have been put in place by Alexander Dennis. These are all encouraging signs, and we are working collaboratively with the company and with others in relation to the sourcing of orders. I expect there will be the ability to provide a further update on this next week, and the Deputy First Minister will be able to update Parliament accordingly on the steps that we are taking in relation to a salary support scheme with ADL and other relevant issues in relation to new orders.
Liz Smith.
Does the First Minister agree that when a bill passes at stage 1, thereby reflecting the will of Parliament that it should proceed to stage 2, the Scottish Government has a democratic obligation to lodge a financial resolution?
First Minister.
I understand the importance that Liz Smith attaches to the issue that she raises about her current bill. I am very mindful of that support, and I am mindful of the position of Parliament. But the Government has got an obligation, as I have rehearsed on a number of occasions during this exchange at First Minister's question time, to be mindful of how we are able to put in place the resources that will enable us to fund the commitments that Parliament legislates for. That is an absolute obligation on the Government when we bring forward legislation, and we have to be satisfied that such an approach applies to all legislation.
Thank
you, Presiding Officer. Some of the bravest people I have the privilege to represent depend on the Disability Resource Centre in Paisley. It's just one of the services facing closure next week as the local Health and Social Care Partnership tries to fill a multi-million-pound black hole in its budget. My constituents who go there tell me the centre gives them a purpose in life, a reason to get up in the morning. One told me that he has struggled to eat due to the worry caused by the proposed closure, and that he feels a sense of hopelessness. The First Minister will be aware that the Scottish Government funds both Renfrewshire Council and the local health board, the bodies that make up the Health and Social Care Partnership. The people who rely on the Disability Resource Centre in Paisley are asking if the First Minister will come to their aid. Will he?
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, I understand the importance of services such as the one that Mr Bibby raises with me. The Government has, in its financial provision, put in place increased support for both Renfrewshire Council and for Greater Glasgow and Clyde Health Board in the budget provision that we put in place, and both of those bodies fund the integrated joint board that will consider these issues. I certainly think, in terms of the outlook of the Government and the policy position that we take, we encourage the provision of early intervention services, because by supporting early intervention services of the type that Mr Bibby raises, we can invariably reduce demand on much more expensive and acute services, but also give purpose and meaning to the lives of individuals who are affected by these services. So I encourage the Integrated Joint Board at Renfrewshire to consider all of these questions, because it is important that services and support of this type is available to individuals at local level.
Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister will be aware of the concerns raised about the delivery of the capital investment into Ferguson Marine. So I'd be grateful if the First Minister can provide an update on this capital investment as proposed by the Scottish Government and also passed at the budget earlier on this year.
First Minister.
So the Government has committed to invest £14.2 million over a 2-year period in Ferguson Marine, subject to due diligence and commercial standards being met. This investment has already commenced with targeted early action to address essential repairs, health and safety improvements and upgrades to facilities and equipment that directly support the yard's current projects. The Government will continue to support the business to secure new work and to deliver a sustainable future for the yard and its skilled workforce, and that involves also committing to investment in the yard.
Miles Briggs.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government announced in July £5 million to help with the recruitment and retention of skilled staff and sustainable services for the hospice sector. Scottish ministers have still not released this funding. However, we have seen the Edinburgh Health and Social Care Partnership decide to reverse a 3% inflationary uplift to funding for hospices here in the capital. St Columba's Hospice Care and Marie Curie Edinburgh are warning that essential palliative end-of-life services are now at serious risk due to this funding decision. Does the First Minister agree with me that it is totally unacceptable for our hospices to have funding given with one hand and then taken away with the other? Will he ask the partnership to reverse this decision? And will the First Minister now investigate why Scottish Government funding for our hospice sector has not been delivered?
First Minister.
I'll look into that point about timing, about the delivery, because if the commitment has been made, then the delivery should be put in place. But I don't have that answer at the front of my mind just now, but I'll take that away and explore it. St Columba's Hospice is particularly precious to me. My dear beloved late mother was a volunteer there for many years, so it's an institution close to my heart. So I'll take that away and find out what the situation is. In relation to the giving with the one hand and the taking away with the other, I don't approve of that. I think we shouldn't. If the Government gives a commitment which was merited for the hospice sector, and it was necessary for the hospice sector, that shouldn't be used as an excuse by other organisations to take away their funding at local level. That's just not on, really. So let me take away this issue. I'm very sympathetic to the point that Mr Briggs makes to me, and I'll try to establish what the situation is.
Michael Mara.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. At the preliminary hearing of the LGML inquiry yesterday, counsel to the chair of the inquiry revealed deep concern at the status of the independent clinical review process, which is stalling and threatens the progress of the inquiry. Lord Weir is clearly very concerned the Scottish Government have refused to attend meetings with his team to progress this crucial issue. The Government are not participants in the independent clinical reviews. They establish them and they sponsor them, and it's incumbent on the Government to make them work. So what will the First Minister do to break this impasse and deliver the justice for victims in Dundee and across Tayside, given they have suffered so much already?
First Minister.
I think as Mr Mara knows, I have constituents who are involved in this issue, so I'm anxious to make sure that that not just their interests, but well, my constituents, so I care deeply about them, but that all of those affected in the LGML inquiry are properly supported. I think I'm going to explore the issue that Mr Mara raises with me, because I think I'm concerned that this is an independent clinical review, so it has to be independent of the Government to command confidence from those affected. But pressure for the Government to then get involved might undermine that independence. So I just need to take that issue away and see what we can do to try to make sure that nobody loses confidence about the method of engagement. Obviously, if an inquiry chair like Lord Weir makes comments of that type, then I have got to take that deadly seriously, which I will do. But I suspect there's something possibly in the governance of all of this that needs to be looked at. But I'll take that away and explore that. And write to Mr Mara.
And Pam Gossel.
Sorry, Presiding Officer. I have been flooded with emails by constituents who have expressed concerns over the poor enforcement of pavement parking ban. The ban went live on the 1st of September for Eastern Bartonshire. However, there seems to be a confusion over how it has been implemented. Constituents, including disabled constituents, have said that cars are now pushed onto the road parking, making it difficult for blue light services to pass. However, on the other hand, other constituents have written to me saying that cars are still parked on pavements, making access difficult. Can I therefore ask the First Minister, why has the Scottish Government's guidance led to such a poorly executed plan?
First Minister.
Well, this is a matter for local authorities. I know I'm responsible for everything, but the parking arrangements in Bishopbriggs are just a little bit beyond me, perhaps. This is for Eastern Bartonshire Council to sort out. They've got the responsibility, and the government sets out the guidance, and it's up to councils to get on with it. There's plenty. I see the application of the pavement parking ban in my own constituency. Folk are just getting on with it. Council's getting on with it. So there's no reason why Eastern Bartonshire Council can't get on with it. So I invite Pam Gossel to take it up with Eastern Bartonshire Council and see what she can do about the parking.
Thank you. That concludes First Minister's questions. The next item of business is a member's business debate in the name of Sarah Boyack. There will now be a short suspension to allow those leaving the chamber and the gallery to do so.
Okay, the next item of business is a members' business debate on motion 17147 in the name of Sarah Boyack on Scottish Youth Parliament's work on transport. The debate will be concluded without any questions being put. I'd invite members wishing to participate to press the request to speak buttons. I invite Sarah Boyack to open the debate around 7 minutes. Ms Boyack.
Presiding Officer, it's a real honour to open this important members' debate on the contribution of the Scottish Youth Parliament to our evolving transport system. And I extend my heartfelt thanks to colleagues who've supported securing the time for this debate, because ensuring that Scotland's young people have access to safe, affordable, accessible and sustainable transport is vital to their well-being, social inclusion and future opportunities. And I was motivated to bring forward this motion after attending a meeting of the cross-party group on sustainable transport. At the meeting, MYSPs shared first-hand experiences, especially from rural, island and Lothian communities, highlighting the barriers that speak directly to the lived realities of young Scots. And one young person's words resonated with me deeply. The young people's free bus pass is great, but it's not much use if there isn't a bus to use it on. All of us should reflect on that comment. The young people's free bus pass is great, but it's not much use if there isn't a bus to use it on. So the SYP's Transport, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee has been working hard on transport, championing issues such as rural infrastructure deficits, accessibility for disabled young people and safety at bus stops and on vehicles. And their timely and considered interventions remind us that policy must be grounded in lived experience if it is to serve our communities. And their committee represents the voices of our future in terms of transport and how much is really needed to give young people the access they deserve. Because young people need access to transport to live their lives to the full, whether it's accessing education, whether it's accessing sports and leisure, visiting friends and family, or whether it's getting to and from work. For all of these activities, they need access to accessible, affordable, reliable public transport. And this week, we've had a Scottish Youth Parliament stall that MSPs have been able to visit, and they've been giving us copies of their manifesto, Dear Scotland's Future for Young People, by young people, reflecting voices from nearly 5,000 young people across 32 local authorities, including strong input from the Lothians. And their manifesto places sustainable transport and a just and fairer Scotland at its core, not as an aspiration, but as an immediate priority. Their manifesto says that Transport Scotland and public transport companies should ensure that public transport services are accessible and reliable for young people across Scotland, particularly for those living in rural areas. Now, we had an excellent debate earlier in the Chamber this week about Scotland's railways. We need to build on the successes over the lifetime of this Parliament, whether it's Airdrie to Bathgate, Larkhall to Mulgai, Stirling to Alloa, the Borders Railway, or the reopening of the Leavenmouth Rail Link in June 24, which has reconnected communities to Edinburgh, promising improved access for young people in Fife for commuting, study and social participation, something that can only happen if we get safe and reliable transportation throughout the country. And there are plans to progressing decarbonisation of the network. But we all know there is so much more to be done to increase capacity in our public transport services, because we've seen hundreds of bus services lost in recent years. And as reports from Audit Scotland and the Climate Change Committee have stated, Scotland's ambition to reduce car usage by 20% by 2030 is off track. But that's absolutely critical if we're going to deliver the change young people need for a safe future, given the increasingly negative impacts we're seeing of the climate and nature emergencies in extreme weather, wildfires, excessive heat and flooding. So there has been some progress made, with 203 miles of walking, wheeling and cycling routes added last year, but overall funding for active travel has fallen significantly in the 2025-26 budget. And it's precisely in this context where policy ambition, climate commitments and young people's lived experience intersect that the SYP's work becomes essential. So their advocacy on accessibility, safety, affordability, inclusion and co-design is not just relevant, it's vital. So young people need the bus services they can use in their communities. And as their manifesto says, supported public transport is essential for young people to live their lives freely. So I know, to move towards a conclusion. Let us reaffirm the critical message. The Scottish Youth Parliament has not just identified failings in our transport system, but they're calling for action with practical, inclusive and future-focused solutions. And young people need to be involved in shaping our transport services. I found it inspiring to hear from the Welsh Youth Parliament at our recent CPA Region Conference in Cardiff, and to hear from young women at our CPA Regional Women's Conference in our Scottish Parliament was inspiring earlier this year. The manifesto from the SYP calls for accessible, equitable transport, safer infrastructure, more reliable rural services and extending free travel to under 26s. All underpinned by youth participation at every stage. They will also ask to be involved in local and national decisions to create a public transport system with equal access for all, reducing geographic inequalities and barriers for young people to access the system. So, challenges for all parties to translate this energy and evidence into action, to invest in reliable and local rural services, active travel and inclusive design, ensure safety and accessibility are built in, that it's core to public transport planning, and having staff to keep people safe across our bus and rail services, but to embed youth voices in co-design, policy, delivery and oversight, and to bridge the gaps that are holding young people back from the Lothians to our islands, from urban to rural area communities, and to create joined-up and sustainable transport. So I urge the Scottish Government in these last months of this parliamentary session to say what will happen following our cross-party group's recommendations on Mind the Gap earlier this year, and to hear about the SYP's manifesto and what can be done now. We need to listen to our young people's experience, to build a transport that not just for them, but with them, and a system that unlocks opportunities, builds bridges, advances decarbonisation, for enabling them to use low-carbon travel options on a daily basis and to deliver the fairer Scotland called for by the SYP that our young people so richly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Boyack. We now move to the open debate. I call first Alistair Allen to be followed by Sue Webber. Around 4 minutes, Dr Allen.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. May I firstly thank Sarah Boyack for bringing this important debate to the Chamber today, and also congratulate the work of the Scottish Youth Parliament, whose local representatives are at each of the respective ends of my constituency, Ellie, Denny and Alana Logue. As the MSP for an Island constituency, issues such as flights from island airports, ferry services, rural bus services are topics that are often raised with me. But I think today's debate reminds us that the topic of connectivity has a specific impact on Scotland's young islanders. So can I express my thanks to the Scottish Youth Parliament, especially those rural and island representatives, for their hard work in producing their 2631 manifesto, which sets out, inter alia, the Scottish Youth Parliament's transport priorities on behalf of all young Scots. I'm certainly encouraged that many of the Scottish Government's transport policies have been welcomed by the Youth Parliament. I know that in my constituency, policies such as introducing free inter-island ferry travel and 2 free round-trip ferry crossings a year to the mainland for under-22s have been welcomed. I realise that the Youth Parliament would like to see this entitlement grow and develop, and perhaps the Minister, in summing up, will be able to respond to the asks made by the Youth Parliament around that. Presiding Officer, improving connectivity and tackling island depopulation are closely interlinked challenges. Understanding the challenges faced by young people is essential not only to improving our current transport network in the islands, but also to building a future transport network that will help encourage younger islanders to either stay or to return to their island communities. Getting our transport infrastructure right can make the islands a more attractive place for young people once they finish university or college, and also think about entering the workforce or starting a business. So, going forward, I hope today's debate has encouraged young islanders to become involved in local conversations and debates about transport services, both at national and local level. Later this month, Hi-Trans are launching their rural transport strategy here in Holyrood, and I hope that members will find ways to bring members of the Scottish Youth Parliament's views on transport issues into our discussions in this place. Locally, in my constituency, the Western Isles Ferry Group meets monthly to find solutions and works constructively to sustain and improve ferry connectivity. And following recent conversations and attending today's debate, I hope that the group will share my view that inviting a young representative to a forthcoming meeting of that group would be a good place to kick off that conversation. To summarise, Presiding Officer, young islanders require good connectivity links. Indeed, through the Scottish Youth Parliament, they can provide us with their unique insight into how we can continue to improve our transport network and to make our islands, as well as the whole of Scotland, a more attractive place for young people in the future.
Thank you very much. And I call Sue Webber to be followed by Martin Whitfield. Around 4 minutes, Ms Webber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And yes, also extend my thanks to Sarah Boyack for bringing this debate to the Chamber this afternoon, and also congratulate the work on the Scottish Youth Parliament, which is really about reinforcing the importance of youth voices when we discuss transport needs for our country. And you can't disagree with the statement that public transport should be affordable, safe, accessible and reliable, not just for young people, but for everyone across Lothian and across Scotland. And here in Edinburgh and the Lothians, we're lucky enough to have an award-winning first-rate bus services, Lothian buses. However, other parts of the country are not so fortunate and suffer from an extremely limited bus service and infrastructure, and in some cases, none. And we all know the importance of good transport links to the Scottish economy and business, but these links also play a key role in our social development. And Dr Allen outlined some specifics there about the challenges for the islands and rural communities. And I have colleagues that come to me from Scottish Conservatives that are always telling me of the limitations and the lack of public transport in their rural areas. And that inequality is not acceptable. We need good transport links to form the backbone of our communities. They link people to work, education, leisure, and they offer that real direct alternative to car travel. And the benefits of good public transport are particularly important for young people's access to social, educational and employment opportunities, and gives them independence. College, university, apprenticeships, work are so important to them as they grow into young adults. And the Young Persons Under 22 bus travel scheme has attracted a huge number of participants and has increased the mobility of our young people, as I've said. But I do want to talk about a little bit of the challenge. Most people exercise their participation in the Under 22 scheme thoughtfully. There are, however, groups of youths that are abusing the scheme and engage in antisocial behaviour. The actions of this very disruptive minority are unacceptable, but we must be prepared to tackle this antisocial behaviour head-on. And as Shadow Minister for Transport in the Scottish Parliament, I spent an evening on patrol with Lothian buses. In a second, Dr Allen, I will. I've spent an evening on patrol with Lothian buses and Police Scotland, and I got to witness firsthand and hear the views about the growing problems of antisocial behaviour when speaking to drivers and passengers. Dr Allen.
Yes, I thank the member for giving way, and I would obviously agree entirely with what the member says about tackling antisocial behaviour and the problem it causes on transport. I'm sure she would, however, wish to put on the record that antisocial behaviour on public transport is not restricted to people under the age of 22.
Sue Webber.
Lothian buses have done an awful lot of studying and a lot of data analysis, and they're the only bus company that has done this, and they are showing a direct correlation between the increase in antisocial behaviour and violence on their buses with the introduction of the Under 22 bus pass. I can't hide away from that. With due respect, Mr Ruskell, I've actually only got 30 seconds left and I've got tons to say. And I know there's no doubt the removal of this free bus pass would make a difference. And I don't want it to be, I want it to be taken for those that are really causing significant antisocial behaviour. And I'm hoping that the Minister will provide in his update
and not as to where Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The Secretary of State's keynote address will start in about 5 minutes. Can I just make very clear that he'll take questions, but they will be via Slido. We don't have a microphone in this theatre. And so please, if you haven't already, log on to the Slido QR code, which is this one in front of the lectern, and also in this theatre on the two screens, my left and right. Thank you very much. Distinguished visitors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This afternoon's keynote comes to the end of the main conference session of DSEI 25 before we move on to the Next Generation Day tomorrow, concentrating on the next generation and people. So it's a huge pleasure for me to introduce the Secretary of State for Defence, the Right Honourable John Healey MP, as today's final keynote address. As mentioned a few minutes ago, questions will all be via Slido, whether you're here in the main CSOC Theatre or in the outlying forums. So please use the QR code, which in this theatre is underneath me on the lectern and on the screens, in the other theatres just on the lectern. Without any further ado, Secretary of State, thank you very much for agreeing to give this presentation. We look forward to hearing what you have to say.
John, do you want to try that? John, thank you. Listen, a huge thank you to all of you. Staying power still to be at the conference here at the end of the final. Thank you for joining this as the closing speech. This is actually my first DSEI as Defence Secretary. It's not my first as a visitor, and I've been really struck by the buzz of what is undoubtedly the biggest ever DSEI donations to the organisers, number 1,600 exhibitors, and getting for 50,000 doors. Thank you. Can I also say thank you as I look around the room at those who are here, from tech companies to traditional primes. Thank you for this, which is that we know that our deterrence in this rests on the power of industry and the pace of your capacity to invest. And I have with us that our armed forces have what they need to do their job of keeping us all safe. And let me also, because they're here with us this afternoon as well, welcome our friends from Ukraine. It's now 3.5 years since Putin launched his brutal, illegal, full-scale invasion. 3.5 years he's taken a terrible toll on your homeland. Lives lost, land stolen, families torn apart. We've witnessed a dangerous escalation. Attacks on a government building for the first time. Airstrike. And then the night before last, Putin took his hostility to a new level in violating Poland's airspace. Deep enough to close Warsaw Airport, deep enough to force NATO jets to take defensive military action. And those Russian attacks, those actions were reckless, they were unprecedented, they're dangerous. And I've assured Poland's Defence Minister that UK stands absolutely firm in our support for our Polish friends, and I've directed our armed forces to look at options on how we can bolster NATO's airspace in Poland. And exactly in the same manner, the UK's commitment to Ukraine is absolute. We will stand with you. We will continue to stand with you for as long as it takes. And last week I was in Kyiv. I met workers there making the most advanced battlefield drones. Their factory's been bombed 5 times. And yet they still, every morning, these men and women return, risking their lives, so that those on the front line have what they need to defend their freedom and their country. And those factory workers, I think, remind us that the Ukrainians continue to fight with huge courage, civilians alike. And they also remind us that when a country is under threat or forced to fight, their armed forces are only a industry that stands behind them. And it is for this reason that as part of the 100-year strategic relationship between the UK and the Ukrainian people. Signed by the last government, re-signed by this, that we set out to strengthen our defence industrial bases through mutual cooperation. And I'm pleased to report significant progress in the recent days. Last week, Ultraspec Systems, Ukraine's largest drone manufacturer, announced it is investing £200 million in 2 new facilities in the UK. That will create 500 high-skilled jobs. It will drive economic growth across East Anglia. It marks the first major investment by a Ukrainian defence company into the UK. And today I can announce a new type of industrial partnership that brings Ukraine and the UK closer still. It demonstrates that wartime necessity really is the mother of constant invention. Because with the help of a piece of drainpipe, Ukrainian engineers recently built a small, uncrewed interceptor drone, one which has proved highly effective in taking down the Shahed one-way attack drones, despite costing less than 10% of the Russian systems it successfully destroys. Well, now, Defence Minister Denis Shmyhal and I signed a new agreement for a first-of-its-kind partnership. So through Project Octopus, with this drone, our Ukrainian friends will share this technology and the IP with the UK. In turn, together, we'll rapidly develop this further and then mass produce it, supplying thousands of interceptor drones back into Ukraine each month. This is what it means when the Ukrainian Defence Minister says, we know the UK is Ukraine's closest, most reliable ally. So for Ukraine, this means that they can better protect their people, their homeland from that Russian onslaught, but it also means the invention and manufacture they have in Ukraine. They will be better ready to win Western markets when peace is secured. And for Britain, it means we have access to the best and developing battlefield technology for our own forces. In short, it strengthens our security, it also grows our economy. And that win-win is the principle that's underpinning our defence industrial strategy published on Monday this week. More than £770 million in this next 3 years, government investment behind this strategy. We set out to make it defence an engine for growth by backing British industry, creating British jobs, driving greater British innovation. And the message I hope you've heard this week from ministers, from senior military officers, from officials, is that we are seeking to build a radically different relationship with industry, with investors, and with innovators. Because these are the relationships that are required to meet this new era for defence, to meet this new era of threat. And everything we have planned in government is backed by the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. The first time that any of you sitting in this hall in your careers will have looked forward to the 10 years of rising defence spending. And I have to say that is the signal that so often industry has said to me, you require a certainty, a confidence about the future. And we are already starting to see the impact of that. Since last year's election alone, over 900 major contracts we've signed. 1.4 billion of foreign direct investment into defence, many times the level the year before. And and 1.8 billion extra MOD direct spend in the UK this year compared to last. But with this promise to spend more comes a responsibility to spend it better. And the problems of government procurement are well known, long-standing, we don't need to rehearse them now, but slow, complex, wasteful. Yet we know that whenever equipment is in the hands of the warfighter, whoever can get that new technology into their hands fastest has the edge. We proved we can do it with Ukraine through the excellent work of Task Force Kindred. We now must do it for ourselves in Britain. So you'll see in the Defence Industrial Strategy some of the hallmarks of what we set out to do now. A segmented approach to government procurement with time to contract targets. The creation of a powerful new National Armaments Directive. The introduction of a 5-year acquisition pipeline. All of them meant to mean that we will get equipment from the factory to the front line faster. All designed to give business, investors more confidence to invest for yourselves in the British defence industry. We will introduce an offset policy in consultation with you for the first time ever in this country. When we take a decision to buy abroad from allies, as we will, the UK's economy will nevertheless be strengthened in return. New jobs, novel technology, investments. So that when we spend pounds abroad, we can also make Britain stronger at the same time. And to the smaller firms among you here, you're an indispensable part of our future and of our industry now. I know you've told me for 4 years in the job before the last election and 14 months since that the MOD hasn't been a customer that's been easy to do business with, and we will set out to change that. We've set up an Office of Small Business Growth designed to support SMEs do business with defence. We've introduced a new target to increase our spending directly with SMEs to £7.5 billion by 2028. The volume of that direct MOD spend had been going down before the last election. That target is a 50% uplift. And accessing test evaluation facilities has always been tough, it's always been complex. And part of the plan to ease that, Kinetic are introducing a test and evaluation innovation gateway specifically to accelerate that access and availability for smaller firms. And then at the heart, innovation. It was the heart of the Strategic Defence Review. The recognition that those countries that get the latest kit, the latest technology into their hands of the warfighters do. And that for those countries, it reinforces the deterrence that they can offer. So that's why we're committed now, from this year, to spend at least 10% of our equipment plan on novel technologies. It's why we've combined existing agencies and created the new UK Defence Innovation, backed by £400 million of ring-fenced investment with new freedoms to be able to make decisions on priorities and on funding. And our strategy also sets out how we will see UKDI producing technologies which give our armed forces the advantage, as well as the first innovation challenges. We see them running on novel drones. And finally then, we have to ensure that what I've called and the Prime Minister talks about as a defence dividend from increased defence investment reaches all parts of the UK. A defence dividend in a boost to British jobs, to British businesses and British innovation. And so as part of this strategy this week, we've committed an extra £250 million to defence growth deals in Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales and 2 in England. Yes, all this means jobs, and the ADS calculates that in the next decade, with these plans, we should see an extra 50,000 jobs in the defence sector this decade. But we're not going to create the jobs, we're not going to fill those jobs unless we've got the people available to do so. And so you'll have seen a major part of the defence strategy is the defence skills component. Again, fresh investment, new commitment, £182 million over these next 3 years. It's the biggest investment in a defence skill plan for decades. It is our part in government of helping you in business build the workforce in order to meet the demands that our armed forces need. Then I turn, if I may, just to exports before we move on to questions. One of the most overlooked but most promising opportunities for British defence industry is our exports. And last week I formally went to Stavanger and I signed the biggest ever British warship deal in history with Norway. £10 billion frigate contract that will secure at least 4,000 jobs for the next 15 years. It will put a 13-strong anti-submarine fleet into the North Atlantic and High North. A demonstration that where we export defence capabilities, we not only grow our economy, we also strengthen our security. But the real test for me now is how we build from here. How we in government work with you to help you be more successful to go out and win more export deals. So we have announced that we will set up now the Office of Defence Exports, meaning that responsibility for defence exports is again unified where it should be in the MOD. It allows us to create that government-to-government drive, which reflects both what our allies are telling us they want and what you in industry are telling us you want and expect from us. And alongside that, you'll find our export licensing system improved with a new digital platform, better training for staff, and procedures that will, for instance, allow you to start applying for licensing during the bidding process, not when it's concluded. So if I may, let me close by just saying this. Thank you. The Defence Industrial Strategy we published on Monday has been hugely strengthened by the and engagement that we've had with many of you in this room and more widely within industry. Because throughout this process, my aim has been to produce a strategy with industry, not for it. Because I want this to be Britain's defence industrial strategy, not the government's defence industrial strategy. And I hope you see, with a clear plan, backed with real new investment, we will now work to implement it with you, with industry. And I hope you see in Luke Pollard as the new Minister for Defence Procurement and Industry that the Prime Minister has appointed to that post one of the standout ministers in this first year of our Labour government. His job, alongside, will be to spearhead our side of the delivery of that defence industrial strategy. So we will support British-based businesses to invest and grow and export. We will bring high-paid, high-skilled jobs to every part of the UK. We'll develop the advanced technologies that will give our armed forces the battlefield edge. We will make Britain more secure at home, stronger abroad. Thank you.
Secretary, thank you very much for those words. It's a brief to answer a few questions. We've got maybe 5 or 6 minutes, and the questions and his answers will be on the record. So the first question, you mentioned the Octopus partnership with Ukrainians. The question is, how does the UK benefit from the Octopus drone and tech partnership, and can this improve the UK's air defence?
Well, first of all, you can't be in a venue like this, in an audience like this, and not be on the record, so that's not a problem with that, John. Unashamedly, I brought to this a determination to see British interests served by our partnership with the Ukrainians, not just Britain, as we did under the last government and have under this, do everything we can to support the Ukrainians. What do we win from this? We win the ability to work with the Ukrainians that are now world leading in many of their technologies, their inventions, and in the speed in which they're innovating. Understandably, they're fighting week on week, and that's why they have to. We can bring to that some of our advanced manufacturing, our robotics. We can bring some of our invention to reinforce and work with them to develop it still further, and then we can help mass produce at scale. What we get is the learning from the Ukrainians. What we get is the shared IP. What we get are the products of what we produce with the Ukrainians available for ourselves and our own armed forces, not just to supply the Ukrainians in their defence. And if we can make this work, and I don't underestimate the challenge on this, because we have to demonstrate that we can add value to what is at the moment in the Ukrainians a standout innovating and manufacturing system, then we can move to other types of weaponry that Ukrainians need at scale, long-range drones, and some of the other most important parts of keeping Ukraine in the fight, but we in the UK need for ourselves. That's the way we'll benefit. And ultimately, if you step beyond then to the point at which we all hope to see a peace, alongside the UK, with the experience of working with us, the Ukrainian companies, the Ukrainians will be much better placed more rapidly to start to serve Western markets. Together, we have the potential, the Ukrainians in the UK, to exploit and serve those markets as well. So I think there's lots of potential, but the challenge now is, can we deliver on our side of what we promised the Ukrainians? And if we can over the next few months, then you'll start to see Britain making an even more significant contribution to their defence and their medium-term prospects, and to stepping up the speed of the equipping our own forces with what's needed for the future.
The next question is from George Allison from the UK Defence Journal. How can the UK better utilise industry to get capabilities ready and in service faster?
We can start by bringing you in sooner. We can start by bringing you in not just sooner, but more clearly to understand the future warfighting and capability requirements and problems we think we face. And we can do so by switching our priority on the government side from detailed specifications that we then come out to you, to looking for the innovative thinking and the suggestions that you can provide to us. We then have a job to do internally. We have to clear the way for those on our side to be able to make decisions without having to go an endless merry-go-round, not just within defence, but in other parts of the government. And I think we have to give proper recognition that the Strategic Defence Review has to the fact that if we believe, as we must, as a country we have to be more ready to fight in order better to deter and also to win should we have to fight, then we've got to give the proper perspective and priority to industry, and you're part of defining that readiness, defining that, increasing that deterrence in the future. That's a very simple lesson that I touched on in my speech that we have to take from Ukraine. We've been reminded about that over the last 3.5 years, and we've got to take that to heart and demonstrate it in the way that we act.
Sadly, our clock has turned red, which I think your programme, Secretary of State, demands that you move on, otherwise we could be here all day. You've given us huge insights into some of the challenges facing you and the government. It's a fitting end to wait the conference session of GSI 25. And on behalf of all the attendees here, I'd like to thank you very much for outlining your thoughts.
Thank you all.